Welcome back. Two workers in... We're back in our republic. Building out our Sovskoy city. Because we had a little bit of a population issue here. And by building out I mean repopulating. No housing extension is being made. And hopefully the water supply is going to be more reliable next time. When we get a message for lack of chemicals, it's not going to immediately collapse. And it should last for a while. At 0.25 tons of consumption per day, we're storing a lot of chemicals inside our repair station warehouse. So 2.5 tons would be for 10 days, 25 tons would be for 100 days. So we have 50 days worth of chemicals in here, which is about half of 25 tons. So that should be a decent amount of time to react to problems like that. The water ran out, meaning that everything stopped being run efficiently enough, which meant that the heating couldn't supply the warmth necessary during winter to not run into any problems. This thing is also going to go into wear and tear maintenance momentarily. Let's do it right now and monitor it. We will be stuck at 70% efficiency while the repair is being performed, and hopefully it'll be enough. There is some shared responsibility between the heating plants, so one undergoing maintenance shouldn't be the end of the world. But yeah, it is now locked to at most 70% efficiency, and the other heating plant will have to take care to match the output demand for that. We've also started importing electronics and are exporting those into rubles to make a ton of money. Because we're exporting the oil and oil-based products, fuel and bitumen, we're exporting those to the western border, since we can't get to the east. That's what we're doing. A single dump for the ash from the oil refinery should be enough. There's barely any being produced here, so we'll be alright. I'll leave that single dump active. And this waste truck can go back into... I don't know. Do we even need that? Yeah, we need at least one distribution office to take care of the mixed waste. But we really don't need that other waste truck here. I mean, I can leave it in. I guess it's fine. Today was an interesting day. I went out to get a burger and came back an eyewitness to a car crash. Interesting stuff. It was a minor collision, but some people seem to be heavy into gaslighting. I don't know if anyone's going to be at fault for the collision. One driver certainly thought they could make it that way. But yeah, hopefully the truth is now documented. Because the other drivers, or the other driver and passenger, were a little bit more susceptible to the gaslighting of the other driver, and were like basically trying to take their side to calm the situation. It was a mess. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. and there was so many threats and so many changing like statements from that person before the police came. I don't know what they said to the police, but yeah. Oh, we got a dash cam, and they recorded that we were driving through green, changed to, even if we were like, okay, the statements were like that, and then, oh, it was still yellow, but I was accelerating, but it was still yellow, stuff like that. And then things like, even if I was going 100 through the urban area, I would have still had the right of way, and what a mess. Absolutely in their own world. But yeah, with recent situations in world politics, one might become a little bit more resilient to such people trying to like claim certain aspects. The funny thing was, everything was like a normal day driving the bike, and then when you get to an intersection, you either pay attention that it is green, or when it turns yellow, you do your protocol. Like, I was going by bike, I saw the car junction turned yellow, I was like 30 meters away from it. So I started letting it roll, because as soon as the car junction goes yellow, the bike junction goes red immediately. So I knew I couldn't make it past. And then the car next to me went on the throttle and basically went through the red light of the car junction on red. They passed the signal on red. I don't know if they passed the stripe that marks the junction where it is supposed to hold on red, but I definitely saw the car going past the light on red while like accelerating quite a bit. Don't know how fast they were going, but they weren't going slow before they started accelerating. So that's how my Sunday is going. I don't think I'm gonna get called, but I was also threatened with like making false statements, and I've been recorded by their phone and whatever. But they also got told then that they don't even have a dash cam and didn't record anything. So they've been pretty much making false statements without the police present, just to try and like change the narrative. So it was an interesting Sunday. Completely irrelevant to the stream, I know. But that's how my Sunday has been going. I wasn't even hungry for the burger anymore after I got home. It's now waiting until I get hungry again. We are waiting until Sovskoy has enough population again. We need to get 3,000 more people, at which point the food factory, coal production and other things here should run to full efficiency again. There's still a bit more housing available. Other than that, we can't make any extensions right now to anywhere, because our iron into steel production doesn't work efficiently enough at the moment. So if I were to construct right now, we would also start losing materials for maintenance. And that can't happen. Every maintenance is still below 30% wear and tear, which is the default I'm setting for my Republic. They have also caught up in Sovskoy now that the population count is normal again. Normal-ish. But yeah, production itself is still lingering. I mean, it gives us extra time to pay back all the loans and rubles that we took out. Which is happening as we speak. Like, these are gonna go away, reducing the overall loan amount. We'll keep exporting fuel and bitumen into US currency. We're continuing to buy things like chemicals and crops from the West, and using these as our resources now. So 10,000 US dollars in chemicals, which is good. Gonna be stored here. It's gonna take a while to unload. Like, it won't be done instantly, but we'll try and shift it over slowly, and as soon as it's ready, we can do another import of electronics, I guess. I'm not sure if our electronic and chemical consumption is about even, because then we could automate and alternate that. We have more storage capacity for electronics. I could also set the storage in here like 60% chemicals, 40% electronics or something like that, and then wait for the resource that unloads the fastest to wait until unloaded for that. Well, let's take a look. What did we import last year? 100 tons of chemicals, 23 tons of electronics, but that's not really... We already stopped importing electronics at that point. So here we have a full year, 100 tons of electronics, 140 tons of chemicals. So yeah, about 40% more chemicals than electronics. Still should be enough to run it by truck into our warehouse at the train station in the city, and then distribute it that way to the city. Should be good enough. Are we emptying out this resource storage? No. We're good. So yeah, we could be setting this to 60-40 and then wait until unloaded for chemicals. The ship would run a little bit more frequently. But it would basically take care of the supply of electronics and chemicals automatically. However, I will probably run it manually for now. We'll have to run electronic import again soon. We probably have to wait until unloaded for electronics because that's the material we're trading for export. It might be worth it to do chemicals instead, like the profit margin is a lot higher. I guess we'll do that for now. So exports will not do electronics anymore, instead do chemicals. And doing chemicals from this train station if they're over 80%. Can't load that much. This is still the supply of chemicals and electronics for our republic, so we gotta be mindful of that. 15, 5, 15, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15. I did not take that because I clicked another thing. Yeah, we're waiting on food. I might have to import some. So we're 10% over. I think we're going to... Wait, this is the goods warehouse for the city. No, that's fine. Yeah, the export warehouse is the important one. Well, we got 90 tons here. That's fine. And 105 tons of electronics. That's good. We'll have to set up a storage yard, like unload these into another warehouse. It doesn't have to be rail connected, but like a buffer warehouse would be nice. So we can unload and make sure the ship can like continue leaving if it needs to. Alcohol is now also out. Over here. You should be getting that by train delivery, which you are. Good. Okay, alcohol is available plenty. We're just like struggling with food supply. We need more workers. We need that many workers in the food production. Let's shut off the alcohol production again because we got 100 tons here, it's fine. Alcohol is our luxury good. Loyalty is back to 55%, which is great. It's going to increase our overall production inside for people who have a TV. A radio station might be more effective because it probably everyone from any education level has a radio. Not everyone has a TV, I guess. There was an overview somewhere. I think it was in the TV station itself. Yeah, less than 50% of the people have a TV right now. It is mostly going to be the rich, educated, well, rich, the mostly educated people, highly educated people. So I think it's going to hit those that will distribute their loyalty to others easily.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
I'll wait until the chemicals are all gone and then do another electronics import. By that point we might also be doing quite well with the ruble loans because they're being paid back quickly. I could pay back some of these that are like very late because of their high interest rate. But like doing that manually is a little bit tedious. We'll just wait. It's gonna take 5 years. I'll be done. Hello NeoContra. Sorry I didn't see your message. You wrote that before the stream started. Chat just refreshed and showed me that. Yeah, I cleaned my message history in my OBS, so I didn't notice that. I was playing around in the OBS settings, but welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday. So, today's going to be a chill stream in regards to workers and resources. Like I said, we have to wait for this to start running again. Birth rate increase has been researched, so it should still be active. We got a bunch of migrants. I guess I could be bringing in more once the school isn't overloaded anymore. It warns about temperature being low, but it is around 15 degrees. And maintenance of the heating plant has been performed successfully. Hello EXE, welcome. Yeah, we're down to 100 people due to low education, so I think we can get more. Interesting that a bunch of them are complaining about no kindergartens work because having to take care of children. Kindergarten is undergoing reconstruction. Might have to employ some more kindergartens here, but this is like this is because we're running the child rate increase, so that should like stabilize itself again. No more exploding wagons at the refinery? No. They caught that crazy bastard and sent him away to have his license revoked. The exploding wagons at the refinery are gone. That is a reference to our T-Rail Valley stream, where I was maybe doing a bit too much exploding nonsense. But yeah, I wanted to give this like a couple hours here, and then stream something again differently later. I played the third mission in Synergy yesterday, that city building game with the post-apocalyptic sci-fi setting. And most of the plants on that map were completely different, and there weren't any trees, so yeah, I think the replayability on that game might be quite high, but it takes quite a while to actually notice that, so I don't know. I can see why it isn't popular, because it takes so long to show you its full glory, but if people invest the time, and you do have to like it being slow and like the theme, and it does have a somewhat clunky UI and it has some bugs, but I mean, I am no stranger to these things. We're playing Workers and Resources right now and have been doing that through the early access phase. We're very robust when it comes to that. As long as there's like a continuous autosave system, I can forgive a game a bunch of things. And I think Synergy wasn't that bad. Train repair. More oil for the refinery. So yeah, this carries 100,000 rubles worth of chemicals right now for only 5,600 US dollars. We have 3 times as much money, which is 300,000, which is basically all the loan paid back. If I were able to run that transportation route directly between the borders, but we have to shift it onto the rail network and then transport it all over slowly, which is okay. We owe 640 million, so we need 400,000 more. Hello Zardius, welcome. Let's assign more trams, counterclockwise. Let's do 3, and then 1 for going clockwise. Also 3. Should make sure that all of the people can take a tram to the commercial center. I also played Transport Fever games, can't wait for Transport Fever 3. I did. But on my old PC they ran worse than Workers and Resources. And the control scheme was very weird with like K and L buttons and like very strange buttons to like maneuver the things around. I couldn't get into them really. How was the VOD of yesterday? Would you say that the possibility that a single construction train can kill half a nation is actually a design failure from the devs? No, it is not. It's not a design failure from the devs. I didn't make the city robust enough. I didn't have a backup chemical storage. As soon as I got the warning message that the chemicals were out, the water treatment plant ran out. So I did not make a buffer storage with a warning system. And I also reacted incorrectly. I could have probably carried some chemicals from one area to another. But I could have probably carried the prisoners to work in the heating plant real quick to save it. But it was also kind of funny. Maybe you can get into it with part 3. I can't keep buying a series just to hope that I can get into it. But I'll keep it on monitoring. I don't have that much time in Transport Fever. I can take a look. Or Train Fever even. Train Fever, I got 9 hours. Transport Fever 26.5 and Transport Fever 2 I got 30.7. So at this rate with Transport Fever 50 I might get to the time that I have in Workers and Resources. Yeah. Transport fever is like the capitalist version of like workers and resources, where you don't worry about the city, you just haul resources around. I do remember that Transport Fever 2 also had like weird production chains that I couldn't really gel with. I really would like if Transport Fever implemented a system where the economy works even if you don't do anything, basically like in Railroad Tycoon 3. Where if you don't transport anything, they will do transportation by road themselves, but you can make everything more efficient and earn. Transport Fever basically felt like every industry will die if you don't do something. And I don't like that much. It makes sense for a planned economy. Here we're building up everything ourselves. But in that game, I had a little bit of a problem. It wasn't difficult, it was just weird, like I mentioned with the whole... every industry is dependent on you building something, like there's buildings cropping up, and this streaming series actually gets good after 12 hours of watching. Well, thankfully that's like 6 years in-game for workers and resources, where I guess we already had 2 cities by that point. But yeah, I mean, it's not a series I hate, it's just a series that did go for something that at that point I was heavily investing into workers and resources. And the payoff is, it was more my style of game. The abstraction was a little bit too much in Transport Fever, I think. But I can definitely see how people like it. I liked it. Just, I liked workers and resources more. And we all know how much time certain games take. We can't play all the games all the time. Really different games. They both have trains in them that you run from an overhead perspective. They have cities. This is like the Tropico version of a city building game, and Transport Fever is more like the City Skylines version of a transportation game. Where Transport Fever is all about being pretty atmospheric. You run an economy based on the money. Here, once you turn off the assists, it's all about running an economy based on transportation, logistics. If you have money in Transport Fever, you can solve everything. Here, if you can't get that junction just right, you might have a permanent traffic jam that you can't fix. I mean, you can technically flatten the whole terrain and get rid of everything, so... and that doesn't even cost you money. I don't know. Different game. I like the more involved type of game right now these days. We need more food, come on. Sovskoy is almost out of food again. Send more people to the cableway station, please. And make sure that we have a full complement of workers in that industry. If they can't find work there, then they'll go back with the cableway station and do something else. This should be good enough now. I mean, we'll see. But hopefully it'll produce enough workers to run the food factory at full production speed again. We are loading food directly from the factory into Sovskoy, but it needs to be faster. I probably also need to up the amount of workers in here, the maximum amount to full capacity, and then reduce it later on again. And get some workers in the distillery too. If they wait here too long, they go to the train stop, tram stop, And if the tram stop is full, they go to other areas. So they will not get stuck here and become unemployed. It'll be fine. Or at least the food factory should be kicking back into gear, making sure that the cities get all the supplies they need. So yeah, I am debating if I should stream more Synergy. I don't think it was a popular game to stream. I'm not sure if there's interest. Maybe I'll run a vote on Discord. It's Synergy. I also want to continue Clanfolk. Clanfolk has been on hold for quite a while. I'm still trying to do the games that I want to stream, while maybe looking at what people are interested in watching. Otherwise I would still be doing racing streams without saying anything. And that was not popular. I mean, it was popular with the people who wanted to learn racing, I guess. Because they could just watch the videos, and I did start talking eventually. I don't know. 2,000 people waved back from population limit. Now more workers are going to the food factory because that is more immediately important. Supply of the cableway station looks very good. I think it's actually a feature that a small issue like this can bring a whole city to a standstill. I mean, it's not really different than having the last sewage switch in your sewage network collapse due to forgetting to put a footpath there, and then it breaks down. And then everyone dies from a pollution-induced nightmare with the sewage tanks overflowing. It was just the lack of chemicals. We had the warning system in place, but there was no way to react as soon as the warning triggered. It was like, oh yeah, chemicals out. By the way, that was the delivery supposed to go to the water treatment plant, and it is now... you're now based on what the water is left in the tank, and it's getting used at 60 cubic meters per day. So in 5 days you're gonna be out. I think building redundant systems is important, but they have to make sense. Like building a second sewage treatment plant with a second switch and like a whole second sewage network just in case something breaks down doesn't make sense, I don't think. Also like that Parcel Simulator Much streams, it was a nice game. I liked it too. I want to wait for more patches to maybe go back to it. I really want them to fix the pallet situation for when you go from day to day and the packages aren't attached to the pallets anymore. Because if I want to organize my construction items, I want them on pallets and I don't want to redo them from day to day. I want to pick up a pallet and know that I have conveyor belts on the pallet. Yeah, I like that game too. There's a bunch of these games, but most of them are like you carry stuff around and put it in like storage shelves and then sell it. That one was a game you get boxes, you make they're labeled correctly and then you automate their forwarding, which I really liked. out of electronics in Dunitity Harbor. Alright. Like I said, that's not critical. We're not exporting electronics anymore. This is gonna last us for a year. We have plenty of electronics now. And we'll slowly shift over the chemicals. I think I'm going to run the ship directly on an electronics import after. So you go back to the west. Pick up electronics. Back through the grain harbor, back into unloading. Waiting until unloaded. Should be okay. I mean, we could go right now and only do half a load, because I don't have the money for a full load anyway. Might as well do that. Go and pick up electronics in the US currency we have right now. The grain ship will also have to start leaving soon. We should make sure that we send the fuel tanker behind, so that we have enough money to pick up grain after. Because this one doesn't transport anything anymore, it doesn't make any money. We know Recycling Center Simulator. It's also a little bit like Parcel Simulator with the conveyors, upgrade systems, etc. I have seen, yeah, I have seen a bunch of these style of games. I think for Parcel Simulator, I was really endeared because it made so much sense. Except the fact that you played a single person running a whole parcel station, but I just was role-playing that I was working at Amazon and it was all like fine. Recycling Simulator was more about like, I don't know, the theme drew you in, and I haven't looked at it much. It looks like, now that I look at it on Steam, you also run other people that haul stuff for you. It could be fun, I don't know. It's also marked as a live sim, which, I guess. I should set up the ship to import both simultaneously. Let's do that. You'll import both chemicals and electronics. And the ship itself is set to mostly hold chemicals. Only carry this resource. 60% chemicals, 40% electronics. Sounds good. Then we go here, unload everything, wait until unloaded for chemicals, unload everything again. Like, we don't need to mark this, but we basically unload as much as we can, then wait until we're unloaded for chemicals, and then we do one more unload before, I guess in this case, going to the ship dock, but now we can run this as a permanent route, making sure we have electronics and chemicals from the west. In the mid-game you can also hire people and later also buy robots, meaning it's much manually like Parcel Simulator. Okay. The other part that really enjoyed from Parcel Simulator was the investigative aspect, like making sure this actually is stamped correctly. Go check this, like it gave me the Shadows of Doubt vibe of like trying to figure out if everything is actually set up correctly. And the aspect I could do it fairly quickly. That was kind of cool. Hello Zon John Min. Welcome. Let's run the secret police again. Loyalty should be fine. I mean, technically we don't really need a secret police. Because, yeah, we need that to get things started in the beginning, but now everyone's like gonna be like maximum loyalty anyway over time, and it's like, sure, we'll have a few professors who are like maybe only 40% loyal, but the majority will be very high. Well, I guess I'll let it run. So I think the city will be running again normally soon. It just needs to have the extra population be there so that it can send extra workers back to the power plant and the steel mill. Most of the workers go to the coal production, which is running a surplus again. Steel mill gets the workers last in that regard. We don't need that yet. We will set up the other processing plants once the steel mill kicks back in, and we actually need the extra coal. Basically, once we get the warning that the coal ore processing, the storage is out, at that point we turn on the other production facilities again, because then we know that the steel mill has enough workers to draw enough coal. And we need steel here. We are out of mechanical components, which will affect our repair ability very soon. I can fix that. We have a dedicated train bringing supplies to certain construction buildings, and I guess I could make it take a detour. Stop 4. Then you load boards. No. After stop 4 you go over here and unload steel, which means currently no one else will get steel probably, because we will be able to unload everything here. But that way, we at least make sure that some steel goes into the mechanical component production until this has been resolved again. Can you show the map for a moment? There's the map. Okay, you're going to pick up boards, so next route we'll be making mechanical components again. Nice fjords. Fjord? I don't know. What are fjords? Oh, rivers. Well, yeah, that's how the map is. Yeah. The only one I made is this one. No, it's the Siberia map from the Biomes DLC. That's why it's March and it's still minus 20 degrees. It's very cold on this map. Cool, both ways. Yes. Very cool. And like Sosko found out, sometimes it's way too cool. I think food production is catching back up, as it should. No extra workers are being carried back, so everyone finds employment over there so far. Looks good. I am running the food factory at higher productivity now than we actually need, which is okay. Till we have the food warning messages removed again. It's gonna take a while. But yeah, once the citizen warehouses have enough food again, then this will start filling up and we can adjust the number of workers to send more workers to the steel mill again. The city itself should still have enough capacity to handle that many. But if not, well, there's still a heat exchanger here where more housing could be built. I think in our modern life we'd really miss the Soviet homeward teleportation technology. It was a very, very huge advancement that got lost in time behind the Iron Curtain, but what can you do? The workers basically go to important buildings here, like the power plant and the fire station. Then everyone gets carried over by buses to the coal mine and the waste incineration for the city. That is also very important. And then overflow workers can come back by bus, get unloaded and go to the steel mill, or if they don't get picked up by bus, they are allowed to walk to the steel mill as well. Some workers are always allowed to go here, just to make sure it's running a little bit, I guess. Our US currency should be going away momentarily, and then we'll get some back again once the export of fuel happens. We'll get a nice chunk of money once the bitumen export starts happening. I guess there's the import of electronics. All gone. Got a third of the electronics we needed. But yeah, the city dying from a single mistake. It was not just a single mistake, I mean that was the reason that it started, but then the heating plants were only able to run at like half productivity, and since this is Siberia, it wasn't enough. If that had happened not during winter, if it had happened right now, heating would have still been sufficient. So it was a multitude of factors. Plus I think if I had the prisoners running the heating plant, it would have not been a problem as quickly. But we're not doing that here, they're running the repair station instead.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Would be nice to do all the resource handling locally in a storage that can be picked up by trains from above here. Run the trains through a tunnel network. I guess we could have the main line for the train go into a tunnel and then come back out here and just extend the tunnel on this side, extend the system on this side. We would basically have an entrance here somewhere that leads into a storage that the trains can go and pick up stuff from directly, so the trucks don't have to bring it all the way to the city. And then chemicals and electronics and maybe other resources become available here for the Republic to pick up from. We'll set up a road with a tram connection. The tram loop would have to go all the way back here. And then we would have another fire station in the area to make sure everything stays safe. Which kind of means it wouldn't work, because right now everyone will get unloaded here unless I keep people in the tram. I guess I can. I can go here first and then unload them on the return trip. Because there will always be enough room to unload all the workers in that area because of the oil refinery. Hello Hailstorm. Welcome. So I could unload like maybe 10% and then go to the other stop and then unload the rest after. Gas station is ready. We're trying to work on the mechanical components. Not sure when the train will get here, but it should happen at some point. It's getting here right now with 22 tons of steel. It's gonna make 18 tons or something of mechanical components. At least something that people can pick up. Mechanical components is not something we should export, I don't think. Profit margin for mechanical components currently is, yeah, only, oh no, it's actually, no, it's 20, it's good. 4,000-ish versus 80,000, so factor of 20. Mechanical components are a good export good into rubles. It makes sense to keep exporting that. If we make enough steel. I should have stopped as soon as the city was dying. Like, it looks like we don't have enough workers to run the steel mill. But that's how this area is set up, like I said. Everyone goes over here first, and then steel mill. At some point, the amount of workers in the steel mill is going to start increasing very rapidly. We just need to hit that threshold. We still have 1,500 citizens left to move into the city, and yeah. That's bringing us closer to that threshold. So steel shortage isn't ideal, but I think sending it to the mechanical components is the most important thing right now. It means that the construction sectors won't get any steel. I guess I could import steel by train. Is that profitable? The ratio for steel is also a factor 2,000 to 40,000-ish. So same margin as the mechanical components. It would probably work if we imported it by ship, because then steel is very cheap in US dollars. If the price between rubles and US currency is almost even, then it's a very good export good in US dollars. If it's very spread apart, it's a very good export good in rubles. So prefab panels would be an ideal export good in rubles, for example. I mean, ideal in the sense of that profit margin. You still have to take into account how much money you make per ton and how much you can carry. Usually aluminium is like the best in that regard, I think. But we don't produce that. There's our ship with more chemicals and electronics. We're not exporting electronics anymore. We make sure we have those at the ready and continuously transfer chemicals through the Republic. Wasn't too expensive. Should be able to get like nice cargo holds full of chemicals. Since I'm running that continuously now, we might run out of US currency at some point. Because this is still going to be about 40,000 rubles worth of material. It's going to take a while to go through the chemicals though, because of us transporting them by truck to the other train station. It would be a lot faster, like I said, with the extension of the harbor setup here. And also if we had another warehouse, or even another distribution office. But yeah, steel production should start up soon again, otherwise our vehicles will take an increase in wear and tear, which wouldn't be ideal. We do have a buffer of mechanical components in each city, but that is running out as we speak. I will lower the amount of workers in the coal mine for now, to try and encourage some people to go to the steel mill. We'll increase that again once the coal ore has dropped, which won't take too long. But right now our coal storage is quite full, and I would like to start making some more steel. We can also see what happens if I turn this down by 140-ish workers. How many of those will actually show up in the steel mill itself, because most of them should. There's not enough workplaces here elsewhere that will take that many workers. All the other facilities are already at capacity. So theoretically, the people should be coming back by bus and yeah, getting unloaded and then going to the steel mill, as soon as everything else here has been occupied with workers. So any extra worker basically coming through this area will go to the steel mill. Once we bring that back to 180 tons, or 180 workers, we need 180 extra workers in the city making their way up here to run the steel mill at over 100 workers. Should not take too long. But yeah, this is a temporary thing. We can basically wait until this coal storage has run out, and then we need to set up the mine again. So this will boost steel production now, which is fine by me. But yeah, I think things are coming back to normal. 1,000-ish people away from normality. All of them basically living in Sovskoy, I think. I mean, some of the other cities might have taken a drop in population because they might move people over to the free flats in Sovskoy. But I think the majority is still here. There's the workforce again in the steel mill. So we are about a coal mine's worth of workers away from running normally again. 50 citizens with low education getting educated, and then population count increasing rapidly from the birth rate increase. Should bring us back to a normal situation at the end of the year. I don't think I'm going to get this tech again, because it is a slow burn. And we're still growing. It's fine. Plus, I need to keep the amount of unemployed people low that have to take care of their children. And because of the increase in birth rate, there's a lot of people who can't work right now, because the kindergartens are not set up for the capacity, for the volume of children that happen when such a situation exists. I mean, I could set up another one and that would solve it, I guess. But like I said, I think it's a temporary situation. We don't need to worry about that permanently. So another 60-ish workers from childcare making their way over here. Regular unemployment in the city is fairly minimal. There's a couple of houses. But yeah, nothing too bad. I think we're going to tell workers here again that they don't have to go to the heating plant, because the buses will do that. Steel and mechanical components out. Clothing in Sovskoy has run out. Clothing is a resource that gets consumed very slowly. It should be brought here from Bogudonsk, which we increased the production last time by making sure that we run both factories again. There is clothing available to be picked up by trains. There's no train heading here to pick it up right now. Warehouse Bogudonsk pick up clothing at 0%. And transport it to Sovskoy up to 50%. Like, bring clothing as soon as you drop below 50%. The issue here might be the limitation in train cars. We're asking for at least 3 train cars to be sent, which would be 33 tons of clothing. I don't think we have 33 tons of clothing stored in that warehouse. So I need to up that amount. We're putting that up to 10% again. And reducing food down to 30, which will make this a nice hub for clothing storage now. So that should solve that issue, hopefully. We're digging into our food supply. There's also no alternative food storage in this area. I should set up another warehouse where the distribution office takes food from here, sends it to the citizen facilities, but also to another warehouse, always trying to keep this train station empty if possible. So I will set up another warehouse just for food, I think. I mean, it could also be for food and chemicals, I guess. Important resources and all that. The footpath to our old heating plant experiment. Maybe the warehouse could go here. Or here. Yeah, that way we can increase our storage capacity, make sure food doesn't run out quickly, chemicals don't run out quickly. And we don't have to do much except for adding one extra stop for the citizen goods distribution. And I guess we also do run the water treatment plant in this area with a dedicated truck. And we have to change that to the other warehouse then. Sewage treatment plant would still get from the main warehouse, water treatment from the new one. Let me know when that is done. So we picked up steel for the construction train that will bring it to the mechanical components area now. And there's still steel in the storage, so we produce more than the mechanical components currently get. Which means other trains will start arriving here soon, and also picking up steel. Which I guess they're already doing. There's a train heading here trying to pick up 400 tons. Bringing it to the mechanical components factory too. Which I guess means the construction material train should be detached from this route again after it has run to the mechanical component factory to unload steel. Otherwise I'll keep running that route and not bringing any steel to the storages. I mean, it is still kind of cool to leave that because it's like a safety mechanism. Make sure mechanical components get produced before we do. In an emergency, the mechanical components are going to run out faster. But we're not going to have any problems in our republic. Everything else is Western propaganda. So wait until this one is past stop 5 and then we'll alter the route. Once we get to like 250 workers in the steel mill, we can bring up the coal mine again. We have a lot of coal right now. Coal does not have any extra storage at the brick factory. It all gets routed from this storage. So as soon as this one runs out, brick production and steel production is going to be lowered, which is fine. But it means that other buildings like the power plant are not affected. They get priority feed on coal. And then our domestic coal storage for the train pickup is also included in that. Still hasn't arrived. It's quite the trip over here. Through all the villages. It's like derail Valley yesterday in that other camera position, except the smoke goes through the terrain apparently. I'm gonna write that down. When you look from above, this railroad doesn't make much sense because it looks like you can just draw it over the hill to the left side. But we're trying to keep the rail line mostly flat. Like any elevation change can be tough for trains, as we learned. But sometimes you can't help it. I really wish this train would go past on the right side. Oh, it does even. Okay, cool. Sometimes the trains go through the passenger station. That's the steel delivery, and apparently just steel. Other materials are not delivered by you. We'll get rid of that stop now, and you'll go back to just construction materials. Let me know when that warehouse is done and we'll hook it up to the logistics. Out of coal ore as expected. Out of alcohol in Sovskoy. Do we not have enough capacity for 3 train cars? No, it's fine. Also only taking 2 train cars because I think the tender also counts as one. Has clothing been transported? Yes, clothing is fine again. Alright. Okay, the restarting of Sovskoy is pretty much done successfully now. If we can hold out until steel storage is back to export volume, I could turn off the export to just make sure we have construction materials everywhere. They'll pick up construction materials first, and then at some point they'll start exporting steel again. Once I get the warning message for the coal storage here having run out, we'll increase the amount of workers in the coal mine again. I mean, we're at 200 workers, I guess I could bring it up by 100. $130 for now. It'll reduce the amount of workers in the steel mill, but bring up the coal mine, and then, yeah, we'll come back later and set it to what it should be. We're witnessing a metal scrap pickup. Very nice. Yeah, from up here it looks like, why didn't you just draw the rail line over that way? I was trying to be realistic. Yeah, no more electronic exports. We'll have plenty of electronics available for the Republic until the next chemical export. Bitumen ship is out, making its delivery. This is the elevation level that the train should leave the harbor at, ideally. Double train route through the mountain. More tunnels maybe. We could bring the train route down, I guess, like I said. Yeah, an oil refinery running at 500 workers is just a moneymaker. I don't think we need to push for more volume in the refinery itself. But excess workers can make their way over there and work in that facility if they really, really want to. We're almost back to normality. I'm not sure if we have enough highly educated people. So far it looks like we do. But I did move people into all houses, so some of the houses currently have people with a regular education when there should be highly educated people in it. I don't know which... this building, for example. A bunch of basic education people in here. They'll slowly shift over. That'll be fine. Coal consumption is still fairly low. Since I increased the coal mine capacity again, and we do have a decent amount of workers in the steel mill now. Almost enough for the train to fully load when it arrives here. But not quite yet. But we'll get there. Mechanical component storage will also be filled again at some point. I mean, it's constantly going to export, I guess. It's better for us to export mechanical components than the steel. I don't know if steel is still on the export. It is. I could turn off steel exports, but The idea was to continue with steel exports if the mechanical component factory can't keep up. Otherwise the steel mill would also stop running. Yeah, at some point... Okay, right now coal is about steady. Coal ore is increasing. Once the coal runs out, we increase the amount of workers in the coal ore processing plant, and last but not least, the coal mine again. So all the workers can make their way to the steel mill for now. That's a good amount of money in US dollars. The monetary situation is a whole lot better. Granted, we still have a bunch of loans in rubles. But no US dollar loan. Warehouse is done. It's gonna be mostly food and then some chemicals in it. 30 tons of chemicals, 24 tons is fine. We'll run the supply of resources by distribution office. The distribution office doesn't really handle the chemicals, but it is the pickup location if it wants to. Very busy train track here. And yeah, the direct route for the chemical pickup for the water treatment plant I want to change. This one. Sewage treatment plant will leave. We have this as a buffer storage and this as an emergency storage for water purification. Consumption of food is rather quick. We could also turn off the food pickup from here, but I think they can just use that as a buffer storage. I'll just have to fill it up once and then workload will go back to normal. I don't need an extra food storage in Sovskoye because we have the food factory that acts as that storage. Speaking of which, food supply is back to normal. Food and alcohol supply is maxed out. Looks good. All the construction material storages will basically have to be supplied with the steel that we're currently producing. And once the warning messages stop for steel, at some point we'll receive the warning messages for coal again, and then we can adjust the values for the mine and the processing plants to be the correct again. I guess we'll do the... No, I'll leave everything as is right now. Seems to work okay. And that recovery took how long? This year? It was in January, so it was like... We had a recovery of 1.5 years. We had some migration waves, but yeah, population growth brought it back. So close to 20,000 citizens too. I even forgot what research I wanted to get. That was something. Let me look through the research screen. Maybe I can refresh my mind. I got pollution monitoring station, and then we were like, oh, we should get this, and I was like, yeah, that would be a whole lot better. Oh yeah, the gas power plant was what we wanted. It's from 1959. It's allowed. Oil power plant in our refinery area. Probably somewhere here with 2 storage tanks, one for the refinery, one for the power plant. Priority going to the power plant, pipelines coming in from this building. I might build the... I think... Wait, if I remember correctly, trains can actually go through this building because it isn't covered, so we could have the rail construction office behind this, leading into this building. And they can go wherever they need to go from here. Of course, I don't really have a road connection right now. But yeah, tram road, left-hand turn into this area. Probably going down again. It's just here to run over the train tracks and then it should go back to its normal elevation. However, the train line would continue on this height. But the road itself should be okay to run up here. If it allows us to do that. Okay, we need to be a little bit further away, but then we can place the road neatly. Somewhere here. Oh yeah, and the pipelines are also still there, so this is actually better. Let's make the elevation have the curve on top before it comes back down. Like that. Flatten the area again correctly. This is smoothing, not flattening. Smooth it here. I'm okay with that, I think. Maybe this needs to change a little bit. This like has a bit of a bump and then it drops down again like it should. We can shorten that. That looks good, at least from this view. And then here we can run the road back further past the rail distribution office, have our last tram stop, put a fire station in place, and get the tunnel to go down here. Go into the hillside and go down. And the train track would stay on top. However, we also need the train line to make its way over here and go into a storage setup. I mean, I guess I could have the storage setup below. Not quite sure yet. Road connection here too, in case the fire station has a quicker access from that location. Could also have a downwards sloped road, I guess. It would be quite a steep road. But it might be nice to see the vehicles running over the sloped road instead of through the tunnel all the time. Alternatively, we have an entrance into a tunnel and coming back out of the hill. And then the train track would have to go through the hill past that road to go out of this area and towards the customs house. And the road has to do that too. This is basically our road connection out of the city, going to the western customs house. If we want to have a connection for that. Okay, I think we'll do that. I'll grab the bulldozers and bring them over here. They're as close as they can get, I guess. But we have a couple more. What vehicle is in here? Oh, there's a bulldozer. I guess it was refueling. Then I guess we're full. 10 bulldozers. Missing alcohol in Sovskoy. I saw that the transportation actually worked fine. Maybe the trains are just a bit busy. But yeah, the alcohol was our early warning system if something went wrong with transportation. Currently I'm a little bit on edge and I will keep that a little bit more under control. Looks like we still have enough coal even without the other two processing plants. So that's fine. But as the amount of workers increases in the steel mill, that will change. Let's see how much more housing we have available. That's about 150, 200, 250. So 50, 75, that's not another 25, so 100, 150, 225, 275-ish. 375. It's at least another 500 people, which is gonna be 500 workers, which is gonna be another 800 citizens. I think we're gonna get over 20,000 citizens without any housing extension, I believe. But we will wait and see. Okay, I think this is how it'll be. We'll have some storages here. The road will continue on past this storage setup and then into the mountains to make its way alongside out here. Above ground road snaking through. Rail line to be determined. But what we know is that we need to flatten this terrain to match this road closely, because there's not going to be any more building in this area, and we'll have some storages up here that the trains will then get access to. And yeah, we could run a train track through the distribution office. I guess that means I could have a turnaround loop behind it and then actually let other trains run through here. Or we put the city's distribution office behind this, which would run from this area, and then means we could relocate everything from this area into its new distribution office inside the harbor. I don't know if that is a good idea. I still don't know where I want that distribution office to be. I mean, we have Donut City Heights. It's probably going to be up here somewhere, and then runs a loop into the train tracks that we already have. Although I don't like this connection here. It is kinda annoying. Maybe over here would make sense. I mean, that's currently not for debate, I guess. This area will probably become dead end because of how the road is going to be laid out. Okay, so we'll have a road connection here. The train will have to go... I guess the train was supposed to be even more elevated, which we'll probably do, but we'll have to set up everything first. So this will not have a train track on that height. We'll keep the train running on an elevated area. And maybe we'll find a way to put the distribution office here, I don't know. There will be a tram stop, which will have a footpath tunnel going down to allow for a fire station inside the harbor. Because if something here burns down, it's going to be absolutely ridiculously expensive and annoying. So tram stop, I guess we'll put it here behind the distribution office. There'll be a large tram stop to not interrupt any traffic in the area. We'll have a power connection for the whole harbor. And then this will need a tram loop after they have run through here. Which I will draw in later. The road connection will come out and run alongside this. We'll figure out the location of the tram loop after. Could put a fence down, I guess, but I don't know. I should change the terrain a little bit more. Oh, there's a fruit fly in my room right now. And I'm getting annoyed. Alright, I'll do. So warehouse is here. I guess we could have the fire station next to the tunnel. So they can also just drive down and we don't have it down here. Tunnel entrance somewhere here. The hill would go across, allowing the tunnel to enter, and then the train track can go above that. Tram would be a loop somewhere over here, returning to itself or some sort. I guess we could also use a small stop that is slightly offset. Alright, we can build this road. And here. I'm not sure if there's going to be anything on that side. That remains to be seen. Oh, that's not a fruit fly. Ugh. Be right back. Never mind, it flew away. I thought I could catch it and put it outside, but probably just gotta get smacked and removed from the room. Pretty steep elevation on that side, gentler slope here. Train tracks will go past. There's more room in this area. Well, not that much, but theoretically this could be flattened out to hold more. But we'll just have the train go up here. I still need room for a rail construction office. And the train line will run along up on this height. Yep. Seems good. Quite steep. Very steep. I don't know if the terrain likes that. We'll make it a little bit of a slope and then run the train tracks with a little bit of distance away from here. I mean, I guess I do like the straight piece of terrain. I'll run it here then. We'll go through there, past this, alongside that. So we could build the rail construction office down here or on an elevated area, let workers walk to it. Make this the permanent location of the rail construction office. I think I'm okay with that. I know I wanted to have the gas power plant here too, so we'll have to see. It's gonna have to be a large-scale rail construction office. No direct resource storage attached to it. Yeah, that way we could have a rail construction vehicle exit either side and build from here later on. I mean, technically we only need to let them leave this way, because they can do a turnaround here and reach every piece of track. And then return route would be from this side too. But I think just being able to get everywhere is okay. Something like this. Water, sewage. It is not in range of if it's flipped that direction. If it's flipped the other way, it is in range. These ones we haven't even hooked up yet, so they could still be changed in location. This fire station will be moved at some point. So water and sewage tank up here makes more sense later on. I'll leave this. Yeah, I guess that's pretty good. Rail tunnel here, where the tracks are gonna go over. Footpath tunnel. I guess we don't need the footpath tunnel if we want to have the fire station right up here, so that will be fine. I need the turnaround loop for the tram. And then it could basically run to this station. So that would be the end of the tram track. Fire station could be right next to the building. Rail tunnel, or like not rail tunnel, road tunnel could be here. The train track would have to run past it and then go back alongside the road. I guess I don't really need that road. I mean, I need it for the storages here. Right. But we'll keep everything covered from this area. So, tunnel is probably gonna be here. I'll relocate the fire station. Okay, that alcohol warning is getting annoying. They are doing the delivery, but apparently they're starting it so late that it arrives a little bit too late. I might have to increase the alcohol storage capacity in that room, in that building. So, fire truck into tunnel. Elevation train track going over. Coming out down here, somewhere. Probably here. Maybe here. Let's do it here. T-junction. So that would be the tunnel connection for the fire trucks to make their way over here. This will always be cleared of snow, so it shouldn't be too far away. It can also deal with the pumping station. And I guess we could give it a gravel road across here if there's a fire with the distribution office, for example. I guess that'll be fine. Fire station from here should be able to make that. It's quite far though. It's not really a normal access road that we're planning right now. Let's get rid of this. Come on. There we go. I'll do that then. Service road for fire trucks to get to the rail distribution office here. Tunnel. We'll need water and sewage. Small pipe can make their way all the way here. Nothing really else after this, worker-wise, I don't think. And then on a higher elevation level would be the additional storages, I guess. So we need to raise this up again and put the storages there. And give it a second tunnel that goes to the upper area. And then the distribution office would be built here somewhere too. That brings the resources from these warehouses to the rail-connected warehouses. Does that make sense? think it makes sense to just have a single tunnel going into the area. And maybe even build the rail distribution office, even though it's quite large. And then have the rail tunnel go into the mountain here and pass the road tunnel, coming out somewhere back here or up here. We have some 21-year-olds without their own flat. Could be highly educated. Don't think the houses are completely full yet. Yeah, I kinda wanted to have the warehouses here, right next to the fire station. So there would be a rail connection that will have to go to our rail network here. Train line comes in and then joins up with the train track on the oil field. I'm not sure if we're going to do that double track or not, because chemicals and electronics are not needed that often, so probably a single train line. And maybe 2 warehouses up here. Rail connection should be here. Alright, that should work. Then we'll have the other warehouse facing this way. They won't really need electricity. Rail connection from the tunnel. Have to join. But it doesn't matter how long or short this is, because they'll have the same exit route. So we'll definitely have to get into a tunnel here. About the same height as it enters. Goes slightly upwards. Yeah, the other alternative would have been to keep going with the train track here and then just go across the road. Maybe that one would be cooler. Maybe we'll do that instead. Meaning other distribution office trains have to run through the other oil rail distribution office, and it's gonna... It should work. So the idea would be to go out further and let the tracks come across and then hook up into the warehouses that way. So we'd have a rail crossing in the harbor, which is not unheard of. And I think I like that idea. It's gonna make the whole setup slightly smoother. Do I want to have a single, like, one track each? No, they all come in on the right side. We have to merge this into a single track, which is fine. So there can be one train parked here, which will then allow the rail distribution office to function. Otherwise, trains enter normally to the two right tracks, going past this building, and then they're not allowed to leave other than the right-hand track. And yeah, there should be enough room between these to occasionally send out a train or not. And I should give the trains enough room to have like two trains park here too. Which currently they would have for that one, but not the other one. So I'll have to make the other train track longer. 160 meters is what we need. About here. That would be enough. Maybe a little bit longer. That should be fine. And even if it sticks out, it just prevents another train from going in here at the same time. At least, like, well, it can still be a little bit longer without causing problems. But yeah. And I guess this road doesn't end here, it continues along past the storages, so... This road will go outside of the city. It'll go into a long road tunnel at the end here. somewhere in here. Road tunnel through this whole area. And it'll come out either up here and then sloping down like a normal road, or we'll keep going further. But this is where the road is supposed to be. That means for you, warehouse, you're gonna be hooked up like that. And then we'll figure out where that exit road is supposed to head to later on. We can only deal with one warehouse for now too, don't need to build up everything. Okay, more connections. The small tram stop is probably something I'll change. Otherwise the trams will prevent traffic while they're parked here. I mean, no, it's fine. It's fine. Everything else is already in place. And the fire station could be up here and then send the vehicles out left or right, ignoring the tram stop. Somewhere like that. Also need a distribution office for this, but the one inside the city handling that is, I guess, going to be fine to pull the resources to the city. There will be one shifting the resources around from the harbor to the storages, and we'll build that one down here, I think. It doesn't have to be a very large distribution office either. Just a regular small one will be sufficient. Should be covered by the fire station again. Tunnel is fine. This loop is fine. The tracks are fine. I think we're going to build this. The whole idea of having another industry here seems unlikely now. Like, I don't know. That would be quite rough. And yeah, we still have to run the train tracks out of the city along this side, past the warehouses. That will happen. Thus, you did it. I've been playing again and haven't killed my residents yet. Love how much improved the flow is for trucks at the border crossings now. Yes. It actually allows you to have a lot of trucks and run into the issue of, oh my god, the customs house is a problem much later, which I think is better for the game. So train track going along here through this hill and then out of the city somehow. And maybe we'll have another tunnel going into this side and building up another industry, but I'll doubt it. Problem later. Problem later. I mean, at some point you're gonna hit the limit of the customs house if you solely rely on trucks. It's gonna happen. There's always problems in workers and resources. They just don't happen right now. Oh, come on, game. There we go. Better. In range of the tram stop easily. Water and sewage tanks will be relocated to be next to the road. Like, a single water and sewage tank should be able to handle everything. Once we get rid of that loop, we can build a new water and sewage tank with a new switch that moves out the pipe to down here for the fire station, and will also bring electricity to the area. This is what I saw you do once, where you got all building mats from the border rather than building my own internal materials industry. That is cool now, yeah. That works really well. Did not do that before, but now it does. Okay, these distribution limits are annoying. We'll have to do something with a warehouse in Sovskoye. Somewhere here. Bring it up. Oh, come on. It must be a nice clean connection. I hate it when it does that. Okay. And same thing here too. Why do you keep doing this? Okay. Power line, substation. We'll keep everything supplied. All the way to the transformer. So much US currency. Importing electronics shouldn't really be a problem anymore. That's gonna be nice. Population is back up? Yes. Population is back where we were. And we haven't run full on the buildings yet, so we'll probably hit 20,000 and get the oil power plant research so we can start planning that here. I want to relocate the rail construction office into its new building. I guess we'll leave this as the material supply for the rail construction. It's not going to be the material supply for the construction sector. I don't think I have room for a construction sector here. It depends on how much room we can actually free up. I mean, the oil power plant will take up some room, and then maybe we can have another material delivery location. But yeah, let's run some rail construction. I think this is okay. That way we could get rid of all of this. Relocate the vehicles. And bring everything into the new rail construction office for now. Won't really take long to build. And then yeah, this whole area becomes new space. How do you get that warehouse road on that angle? Warehouse road? This one? Or this one? For the trains. You mean the rail construction office? It's not that steep. I flattened it out. What do you mean these? Old one. Oh. It's a long slope, I mean. It's flatter. Yeah, it's pretty flat. Gave it enough space. Hello, Frontum. Posture check. I don't have that redeemed, but I guess I'll try. Alright. Posture check complete. We should probably also build up here so the construction trains can enter again. I mean, they will build and then they can reverse and enter. There's no turnaround loop planned for them here, which is maybe not ideal. I guess we can have a switch outside. Okay. Seems good. Good enough. Yeah, so I guess this train track only leaves the city now. I guess that's okay. Go around, go into a tunnel, through here, long tunnel, out of the city. Try and keep the elevation about 36 meters, which would be coming out somewhere down here. And then run along the coast and try to make your way to that customs house, which is at 57 meters, so I guess we could go up a little bit. We will have to. Mechanical component storage is full. Haven't heard the steel warning in a while. Very good. Coal needs to increase. So we'll now run the extra coal ore processing plants. And then bring up the mine by a couple more workers. It's going to take about 100 workers away from the steel mill, which is okay.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Alright, let's bring in some culture enjoyment again. Make sure we're positive here. And some sports enjoyment. That gives us a loyalty boost of 2%, culture happiness Regular happiness, sports enjoyment. We don't need that much sports enjoyment, I guess. 20% is fine. Almost out of chemicals, very good. Green ship is running right now. New bitumen export also almost ready. The factor here is 1 to 4, less than 1 to 4. $1 dollar is worth less than 4 rubles for the bitumen, so definitely worth to export to US border. I guess the Soviet border has its own refineries, and plenty of them. That looks a little bit weird. We'll do that, and that one we can't merge anymore, so that's fine. Because it's already being constructed, has partially completed its construction and received its materials. And they're already building here too. And yeah, I don't need another switch here. It's not supposed to keep running out further than this. Small water and sewage pipe to the next switch, which will be here. The switch and sewage pipe will be removed. The sewage tank and water tank will be moved centrally to cover this whole area. I mean, we could have multiple, I guess. But I do want to change things a bit. Then we're on the same elevation, so the sewage should have no issue running along the pipeline. Once we have the fire station up, this one's gonna get removed. Because the fire station here should have coverage. I mean, I guess we could have an extra fire station. Just reduce the amount of workers to like 10 and have 10 in the other one. Having more fire stations is not a problem, I don't think. It might change location. If I put this factory connection here, we could put the fire station in this area. However, can't reach the tram stop. Shame. I mean, the worst case scenario would be the grain silo burning down. Yeah, I guess that's fine. We can take down this pipeline now because this one was only for oil import by ship, which we are definitely not doing anymore. Why are these deliveries running into problems these days? We don't need that much fabric. 3 and 7 there. 21 tons of fabric should be sufficient. How much do we pick up per truckload of fabric, I guess? 3.5, yeah. So, oh no, the train cars is what I need to look for. It's 15 tons. So the previous setting wouldn't have been enough either, because it would have been 45 tons. It needs to be 30 tons, otherwise they're not going to transport it. There. Stop warning me about alcohol, if there is enough. And clothing, I don't know. Clothing shouldn't be a problem. It will transport at 12.5 tons. We set it to 50%, I think. Every storage is filling back up. Coal ore and coal. Steel is still looking good. Yeah. Going over the train tracks is also not a problem because there's no train parking here. They all have a gate that they can go into. The only situation where a train would park here is if all of these were full, but that can't happen because there's a chain signal on this end. And for leaving, they're not allowed to leave until they can get onto this block. So everything should be fine. Unless, of course, this whole area backs up, a train parks here, and then we have a 160 meter long train parking at this switch, and then it's still only here, not over the road. So yeah, I'm confident this area is fine in that regard. Okay. Too many signals? No, signals are fine. I'm trying to use as few as possible. As few as needed to make it run well. There could be more signals, but I think it would be a detriment. I will turn off the oil imports by train at some point to also get rid of this temporary connection when we want to hook up the new line, the new storage tanks. 600 more people, still not really an accumulation of like 21-year-olds without their own flat. So hopefully we'll hit that 20,000 citizen mark and get the oil pump. Oil power plant production will take priority over the oil refinery for domestic power supply. I guess I could be running more trains for the oil transfer, because we're not exporting fuel and bitumen to the east anymore. But then again, we also need trains to be at the ready for when fuel and bitumen is needed within our republic, because they are holding that resource. We'll flatten this whole area out, put a new distribution office in for the rail construction office, probably next to the storage, which will retain its current purpose. So this is going to be steel for mech components and RCO, rail construction office. Building materials for mechanical components and the rail construction office. I guess it could be the storage for the construction sector too. We could lower the amount of steel being stored here, if I wanted that to be true. Lots and lots of bricks. We'll need to construct past this and build the switch, and then they can run one way through all the other tracks. So yeah, the harbor is maybe not the largest, but I think the terrain gives it an interesting shape. Hopefully the tram will run fine. It probably needs a couple more trams to deal with the extra distance, but that shouldn't be a problem. Already back with the electronics. Yeah, domestic supply of electronics is now insured, and we still have lots of money left. Rubles are still ticking down because we're paying back 20 million per month, 19 million. But overall it's looking very good. A lot of these pages will start disappearing because we took them in rapid succession to buy a ship. And then we'll get rid of 4 pages basically. And the amount will just keep going down and down. Inflation is still doing its thing. Regarding the loan, how much is this actually worth? And I don't think we'll have any problems with that. This could get blocked by a train waiting to leave the area. But I couldn't get a connection through here. I mean, I could have probably gotten one before I was... Oh, never mind. I guess we can build that one. This makes more sense, I think. Oh no, actually this is not even a chain signal. We'll leave it. It's fine. The only use case is the fire station going there for the distribution office. So yeah, we're exporting chemicals even though we're not producing any. Which is fine. Don't need to produce everything. How much oil am I producing? 14,000 tons. And all of it is being used, obviously, since we're not importing oil anymore. So everything being produced is being used. If we don't have capacity in the refinery, production of oil is lower. But yeah, at the current rate, 14,000 for a year. Which is quite far away from our maximum potential. But it would just be extra money. We'll get another 3-4 trams for the harbor route. In green this time. Bring them over. So 8 trams combined into 4 double trams. is what we'll have. Train signals. Over here we'll have to go past everything and return to this area. Which is where the sewage pipe will come along. And then that one will hook up into the sewage pipe with a switch in this location. Oh, that's pretty close. So yeah, from here into the existing sewage pipe, replacing the switch and the sewage and water tanks. New sewage tank somewhere in this area, probably over here, covering everything in this vicinity. And then it should just be a sewage pipe leading to the new location. I guess I'll follow the oil refinery instead of the road, because the road goes over a hill. So maybe the train tracks instead. Oh my god, come on game. That would be the sewage pipe directly into the tank, because there's no more switch here. And if there's only a fire station in this area that would need to be changed. It's only a single train running, so I guess there's more space here. This could be the distribution office that also handles the distribution of electronics and chemicals in the Republic, which it would be perfectly located for. I mean, currently it's like, no, currently it's electronics and chemicals. It could be other harbor resources that we haven't decided on yet. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. Okay, guess we'll move it back a bit, make sure it can go through the tunnel without us having to mess too much with the terrain. There. Okay, that's where the train track's gonna be in, leaving the city. No loop on that side. We don't need that. $400 people. Now we have some 21-year-olds without their own flat. Maybe we will need that extra housing to get that research point for the oil power plant. Seems very likely. I think Sovskoy is still like set up okay. I don't think I need more people here. It would just increase the strain on the heating system, and don't want to risk that again. unless we have to. But with enough production capacity, I don't think it's needed. So more housing in Donut City would be the next go-to. And I did want the potential of another heat exchanger in the area. Best right next to the heating plant, I think. I mean, there's one here, which is supplied from by the other location, but some overlap doesn't hurt. They have water, they have sewage, they have tons and tons of heating connections. That should be good enough. Need a waste storage here, probably. But I'll build up 2 more houses with another heat exchanger. Right now it's going to be not too cold, so even without the heat exchanger fully built yet, it should still be fine. There. Get some housing structures in. Here's a heat exchanger, also from the main heating. We'll probably have some more housing in this area, but yeah. What do you mean, infrastructure? Oh my god, really? Because the power line is in the way? I guess it might have allowed me to flatten this a little bit too much. There. Fake footpath. That'll be fine. Okay, that'll bring us over 20,000 citizens, provide some more workers for the oil refinery, and all will be good. Eventually. Okay, you know what? You can't go out this way anymore. It's only going to be a return track. I'm sick of these traffic jams happening. You can only build from one line. No, you're not allowed. Go back. Or don't. Not sure if this will work now. It should, I think. Because they should have the ability to turn around on this section of track. New rail construction office is nearing completion. And we have a track already connected, so we can start building from here. Relocate all the vehicles over. As soon as it's there. Definitely stop with the supply of materials in the area. I guess we still need the water, which now could be hooked up permanently. I should probably put a switch here. And then run it out to the rail construction office and the distribution office. Can build that. It's going to be the water pipe. I think this is going to work. Let's wait until we make sure that the water connections are all functional. So I don't have to relocate the sewage switch and demolish anything else. Just construction materials, no electronic components. Deliveries to this rail construction office will now cease. And because of the tunnel boring machine, you also need to deliver fuel here. But you can probably unload it from the other rail construction office. Let the resources run dry and start taking things down. First the rail construction office with the train track and the storage is here, making space for building the new rail distribution office, or like the distribution office for the rail construction office down in this area. And then we can relocate the other one. And yeah, the construction trains can drive through here fine, so everything should work. Alright, looks like the pipes do work okay. So everything can be built now. Trams have arrived. There's still some missing, so go pick up the rest. 2461 is missing. Unfortunate, but I guess we can assign 3 for now. Once the road has been built and the loop is available, at that point we can send out the extension. Alright, go back. I'll move 1 train in. Start helping with the construction of the area. No power supply in here. That's a shame, so I guess it won't work. Until I put another substation in. That's okay. We will need pumps and power in this area anyway. Another substation doesn't hurt. I'll demolish the sewage pipe here. And the switch. This train will get stuck at the moment, unless I give it a way back. Which is okay. I'm tempted to rework the pipelines to make them all look neat and organized. It wouldn't be a lot to do. We just have to disconnect these two and run them along the existing pipe. Would disrupt export a little bit, but only for a brief moment, and the storage tanks should be able to deal with that as like a buffer. And I think I'll do that. Neat and organized pipes look good when you have them in an underground view. So we shall do that. This one, I don't know. This one can't really be improved that much, I don't think. Unless I bring it out this way? Maybe. No, I can't get over the road there. This one, I guess, will stay, but the other two can be improved visually. Then everything will look a little bit better here. Doesn't look too bad. Tunnel. Send workers elsewhere first. So we're almost ready to like import a full load of electronics. And we're not even doing that anymore, so we will have enough money to run that import route. Cheap chemicals and electronics from the West. They have a much higher production efficiency. No need for us to produce it. I'm good with that. Okay, first lesson I forget, level your terrain before you lay out the town and roads. That is optional. I mean, we also built our first town without leveling it out. But if you want to build a very large city, then yes, leveling out some spaces is probably a good idea. Probably quite helpful. How's the construction of the extra buildings? It's coming along. They don't have the highest priority. They'll fit in with the other construction tasks inside the harbor. I don't know if the repair station will have the Oh no, we do have a repair station here, never mind. I wasn't sure about the repair station inside the city having everything in range, but with the repair station inside the harbor, everything will be covered easily. And we're still only set it to 2,000 meters. Can still increase it by over 50%. This one's not going to do any more rail demolition, so we'll start tearing down some of the structures. Some of the terraforming equipment can also be moved to be out of the way. And maybe this waste storage could be moved too. It does not have range to the fire station from here. And that will stay, I guess. Temporary construction office can also quickly shift over. We'll bring everything into an organized building, opening up the space here for that power plant, which we'll get in less than 200 workers, citizens. Just gotta wait for the new houses, I think. And at that point we can also hopefully have the turnaround loop for the tram be done to get rid of this one. Remove all of these rails and roads and set up the 2, maybe 3 storage tanks. Is this a merging pump or a splitting pump? It's a merging one, so we only have one output here. In theory, I could have a pipeline from this to the harbor and then give priority on the input. Oh, there's no priorities on input, never mind. This road also has low priority. The storages here can wait until we have the fire station completed. Takes a while to bring boards here. From the border all the way to like above the center of the map. Center being this one. How long is one square? I want to know. Let's measure. If we go from here all the way down. Let's say, yeah, this way. And we go 1 square. 5 kilometers? 2.5 kilometers. So each square is probably about 2.5 kilometers. Two, 5, 7, 10. Yeah, it's 13 kilometers at the very least. Water trucks will be sent to storage. No more waiting until unloaded, just go into storage. I guess I still need the other distribution office to maybe bring the other materials out of that construction office as much as we can. So not unloading, but loading from here is allowed. Alright, I'll also give you 10%. I will need a warehouse here for... No, I don't need it in Sovskoy. Sovskoy has its own warehouse for food storage, and that's fine. This one has the warning messages set, and they have 160 tons of food storage before things go bad. The distribution office for the urban distribution has this warehouse set to unload and load, meaning they shift as many resources over from the train stop to this warehouse and then use both. But this one last, because they'll always try to load from here and bring it to the warehouse to keep this one topped off. Is the aggregate, the construction waste process still running fine? Yes. Nothing is backed up here. Very good. And you're bringing it there, right? Distribution office? Yeah, grab. What I don't have yet is like pickup locations for construction waste and metal scrap. Donititi does not have that as a train setup at the moment. But I guess we could build it in the construction sector. Just put a storage for construction waste, one for metal scrap, or even like a loading station for gravel that the distribution offices can pick up from, while we can hook up the gravel recycling into. Alright, looks good. Tram loop is almost done. We'll set up the tram loop and then make sure it works, and yeah. Begin with the reconstruction efforts. No more gravel here, these trains cannot build anymore. So I'll relocate them to the new rail construction office. And after a while this should have run empty. of resources mostly, and then we can demolish it with whatever is still inside. Um, 20 workers is fine. Good enough. The train line through here has the right of way. In the future, the construction sector will have to wait, so we'll change these signals to regular signals through this junction. This one too, at that point. They will have to wait here though. Sewage pipe. Sewage switch isn't done yet. They removed the footpath and then forgot to finish the demolition of the sewage switch. I still have to get rid of a little bit of sewage pipe here too, because there's a corner. Music is nice. So does anyone else ever start a new save then quit an hour in because it turns out ugly and do that like 4 times in a row? I haven't done that in a while because I'm usually streaming, so I deal with the ugliness, and sometimes you can turn it pretty later. Tell people it's a temporary settlement like Donatiti Outskirts was before. Plead the 5th, okay. Alright, that is probably a wise choice. Sometimes I place like a sector and it looks kind of hideous and weird, like this commercial district did, until you add more to it. Like sometimes the buildings itself just need an extension, more stuff next to it before they start becoming pretty, I think. Okay, it's time to deal with the demolition of the train tracks. Sure. That one and that one. And then the last one in one go. And the demolition distribution office will handle the removal of waste from this building, not unloading into here, loading from here. I need a drink. "90 people. Need all power connections so that they can refuel themselves. Otherwise they'll stop working. Great. That's okay. Probably come out somewhere here and then just run a normal road connection. And the train tracks will have to also be elevated. But yeah, train tracks to the Western Customs House. Since we have a harbor, I don't know if we need that. It's just like planned in advance if we want to keep pushing along this. I think we're gonna rework this distribution office to also handle these goods, because it's so well placed for that. And we're not. Later on, we won't be doing the oil transport by train anymore. So it's only handling the national supply of fuel, bitumen, electronics, and chemicals currently, with some other goods maybe, some low intensity goods that need to be hauled occasionally. Might even be able to reduce the amount of train cars for oil at that point. Oh yeah, those pipelines too. Those pipelines too. Don't think we'll get a footpath through here, unfortunately. Over the train tracks. I guess I could send one out along the train tracks and build it that way. Would be nice to have a monument on the city entrance again. Okay, sewage pipe is removed. That will be the connection. The storage here of materials is quite important, so a YAG and an AMO fire truck are warranted, I think. Now we'll just wait on the resource deliveries of electronics, components and steel. And then we'll reroute the tram. All this for one oil pump? No, all of this for the warehouse here. We need this to protect our investments in the area, so I'll have a fire station close by to the warehouses and the harbors and the harbor and the distribution offices. I was talking about the refinery and stuff. Oh, this because I wanted to make the pipes look pretty. That's just a me thing. Since steel and mechanical components are resources we're making ourselves, I'm gonna take the liberty for myself to make the pipes pretty. So it's not even that. It's just, yeah. We want to... There was a cluster of like pipes that didn't look as nice, so I'll bring that back into the fold. Maybe I am thinking of bringing this one in too. Okay, we'll do the other one too. I'll figure something out. We'll do all three of them. I have enough US currency to deal with one, maybe two imports. Apparently they're not transporting any chemicals, so no export of chemicals happening right now, or what's going on? Or is it just that slow? Still doing brick exports. We're not doing any chemical export. Export. Customs house load is set. Donidity commercial train is also set. So they are allowed to load chemicals, they just don't want to export right now. And it is at over 90%, so it should be fine. That's weird. Is there another train heading this way, loading chemicals right now? No. Customs house, chemicals. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're not running chemicals right now. We stopped the electronic exports and just doing chemicals now. Some delivery of resources to Sovskoy Electronics. Oh wait. It's okay. Road is done. Let's get the tram route changed up. So before it goes to this stop and unloads everyone, it may only unload 10% of the workers. Go here, unload as many as it can, and then return here and unload the rest. We only have the fire station here, so it shouldn't unload too many. But this is the new route. We unload a couple, make sure that the fire stations are staffed. We'll probably force people into the fire station first. I mean, I want a police station here too. Which, yeah, we'll have to encourage that behavior later on. It's gonna be quite the trip, traveling. Currently no real unloading except for some construction sites. But it looks like they do make the trip. With like 40 minutes to spare. And we'll assign more trams now. Which means this loop is now a thing of the past. We also don't need this footpath anymore because no one goes into the rail construction office. There's still some fuel in here too. It is set to load from here, but it might not pick it up. We'll see. Demolition of the train tracks has completed successfully, so we only have a single piece now that they need to remove. And then we can flatten out the area to relocate the materials distribution office for the rail construction office into the area next to the construction materials. I would like them to drive the other direction. I could set a waypoint, I guess, to make them go here first and do a left-hand turn. But I guess it's fine. I'll have to cross over one junction either way. Well, if they do it this way, they wouldn't get in each other's business. Can't even assign these as waypoints. Never mind. There was something that prevented that, unfortunately. That's not a big deal. Okay, we'll have a fire station here now. One down in that area. They'll both be set to like 15, maybe 10 workers, probably 15. But yeah, lots of saturation of fire stations in our large industry. The one next to the refinery will have a complement of, I think, 25 workers. Just to make sure everything here is fine. Not sure where the... oh, never mind. The active stop is marked in orange. I thought it had the same marking as an end station, but it is fine. Oh my god, this is so slow, because the other trains are also out and splitting up the workers we have into like 5 per train. Yeah, we're backlogged a little bit. Let the demolition finish, I guess. This is being reconstructed? No, we're not doing that. No. I'm just gonna delete everything. You don't need to bring stuff here, stop it. Just reducing the amount of waste at the demolition site. Okay, good. Get rid of it. And the road. Thought we could wait a little bit longer, save some of the materials, but I guess not. No, we're not doing that. I might snake up a footpath from down here, behind the monument. But I don't want a large dirt footpath in front of the monument visible. To anyone who enters this looks like terrible planning. Instead, we'll hide it. Like that. If it allows us to get a footpath up here. There. I'll use that. Looks like the house construction is beginning because this is running out of bricks and there's currently no distribution of bricks to the area happening. How's our brick storage in Sovskoye doing? Brick storage is doing fine. I guess the distribution office for the construction materials is just a little bit busy at the moment. It has just dispatched a train, only for 88 tons of bricks though. Not that great. That's an interesting footpath you just took. What the hell? $25 and $15 for you. There. I don't know what I did that they walk so weirdly. Alright, I mean we'll have a footpath entrance on that side, which they'll take after, I think. Quite funny though. And we'll also need a waste storage here. Finally, the train track has been removed. Means I can flatten the terrain and put the new distribution office in. Ideally it would be on the other side of the road, but there's not that much traffic here that I think this warrants being so careful about where the vehicles come from. I mean, if we use this for construction materials for the construction offices, then that could be a problem, but I guess as long as they arrive from the normal road, then there will be no problem. So distribution office RCO with some other tasks snuck in. I don't even know what the other tasks were. Oh, you were handling mechanical component distribution to the export harbor, which is obsolete. And you're also handling the coal distribution to some of the rail distribution offices. I guess we can mark that. We have over 20,000 citizens, meaning we have another research point for population. And we'll spend that on the oil power plant. Which is called gas power plant in game. Everything here working again full efficiency. Steel mill has tons and tons of workers. Yeah, the steel mill gets the workers last if there's a catastrophe. If everything replenishes, the steel mill is currently the building with the least priority. Because steel is not used up that quickly normally. But I'm glad everything is back to running. And we'll do some cosmetic cheesery here by placing some footpaths that make it look like we actually did some awesome things. Wait, can I... We could basically have a dirt footpath over a gravel footpath and make it look like we have some weird situation and people actually walking over something that they can't. No, I can't get a dirt footpath over this, never mind. It's fine. Just leave it like that. No one driving into the city will see that dirt footpath. Just one here going behind the building, it's fine. That house is floating. I'll have to redo the footpaths and give it a little bit more space, I think. Alright, they're sending workers through this tunnel construction, meaning that most other construction tasks are done. So I assume also the houses have been built. Indeed they have. Can build that too. They're already full, no complaints. I'll leave one for highly educated and the other two for regular education, I guess. See if the heating is enough during winter. I did build a new heat exchanger. Should be fine. Okay, I'm not a fan of these rail construction issues. You're not allowed to cheat anymore. This is all correctly signaled from now on. Find a path. Probably means we have to extend this train track a little bit. Actually, they can just turn around here. Yeah, that should be okay. Should be fine. That's the last track construction for the moment. Then everything is done. This path into out here. We're out of electronics in Donity Commercial. We'll need that new import ship, and it is currently on its way. And then I'll get like a ton of new electronic materials to import. Up to 390 tons. Currently we're not exporting any fuel or bitumen. I need to finish the pipe rework. But the demolition hasn't completed yet either. What is the demolition office doing? Is the storage full? The storage is full. So they're trying to complete it, but they currently can't. As the distribution office bringing the waste away is lagging behind a little bit. Having to drive it all the way to Sovskoye. So we'll have to give it some time. But yeah, our US currency will probably all go away. So the idea would be the storage tank loops around in reverse, maybe? There's not that much waste left, we just need to wait for the waste trucks to come back and pick stuff up from here. Gas power research time already started, already undergoing research. Just a matter of time now. Yeah, maybe a little bit too much demolition work. One after the other. It does give us a pretty nice buffer. I guess I could give it like one waste storage per resource type, which would like triple my storage capacity here. Oh, there's some construction waste room. Oh, that's mixed waste. We need someone picking up mixed construction waste. I hope they get here back soon. Also, we have all that waste from the rail construction office, I guess, which also got picked up. There's a little bit of room. But it didn't fully unload it. Oh, you did. Never mind. Okay, go pick up more. Some metal scrap and construction waste left. Can you put a large heating pipe on a small heating station and run it out to a heating switch to multiple endpoints? No, if you have a small heating plant, it only supports small heating pipes. But you can combine them into a large heating pipe if you want, if you put a heat pumping station in front of it. Because this one accepts large and small ones. So if you have the small heating plant plus this building, you combine the outputs into a single one and run a large heating pipe instead. I'm not sure if that would give you any benefit though. It might. Mixed waste, metal scrap, construction waste. Not quite enough room, but enough room to get rid of some of the pipes. Last bit of metal scrap. That's the furthest leftmost pipe, which would be the storage tank, I think. It's maybe... I mean, it is what we need, I guess. So ideally, this pipe would go up here and then hook up into this one. And come through this side. Maybe I'll use this, and we'll get this connected here. And this one would be last, running out the left side, which is I think still hooked up. At least I can't see the pipe connection. Oh no, I just connected it. The last one then would be this one. And that will make it look more organized, somewhat. Shouldn't take too long to build, and then the export can start happening again. The refinery will stop working once we run out full on fuel. So this pipeline has the highest priority. Three small is one large, is the ratio? Yes. That's the normal ratio. Missing resource iron. That must have happened a while ago. But why? What's up with our iron trains? Not that many workers here, huh? Oh yeah, because we shut down one of the clothing factory. We opened up one of the clothing factories again. Is that the reason why I shut it down, basically? Gas power plant / oil power plant research has completed. I'll reduce the amount of workers in the scrapyard. Warehouse. City supply harbor. Could be anything. It's just going to be attached to a distribution office that brings the resources to where they need to be. I mean, the problem bringing this distribution office in here is that the fuel and oil supply. Yeah, I mean, if we don't use it to transfer oil anymore towards the refinery, I guess it wouldn't have that much of a high workload. We pick up a bunch of train cars and just bring everything from this distribution office over. If it's only running 3 train cars, it's not doing a lot of work. The longer the trains get, the more load the distribution office basically has. 400 tons of electronics incoming. $60 million US worth. 990 million rubles worth. So yeah, that transfer is doing quite well for us. As soon as the pipes are done, we'll also be exporting again. High priority first. Is this even marked as a city? I don't think it is. Or maybe it is. No, not yet. Now it is. The oil field doesn't have to be a city. The harbor counts as city, even if there's a speed limit of 40. Probably have to wait for the road to be done before this counts. Alright, loop is gone. Demolition is still delayed a bit because of the waste being full. From here, helping with metal scrap and construction waste, I guess. Get another three trucks to help. To the gravel recycling center and metal scrap storage in Sovskoye steel mill. Let's switch one of the other storage tanks to fuel too, because that's the resource we're making the most of. That makes sense. I haven't been in Bogotá a while. I think we're going to optimize shopping experiences here a bit by lowering the amount of people working there to have more people go up to the clothing factories and the mines. Bit of a population drop probably from the birth rate increase. I don't think there's any catastrophe happening right now. Also, won't need any rail construction here for the moment. Electronics? Electronics. Yeah, the ship is coming in right now, just give it a minute. Another 400 tons of electronics, no exports this time. We'll be fine. I could also have the rail distribution office here, I guess, but that would involve flattening a lot of rough mountain that I don't want to do. It's probably going to be somewhere in City Heights, and then maybe it's going to run into the side of this mountain and snake its way through the oil field to then come back out on some form to rejoin this train track. I could see that happening. Alright, we have the fire station here now, so we can also build the distribution office harbor for City. This is just hauling resources from the warehouses at the harbor upstairs to the warehouses for the train. Because we have that luxury now. Oh my god, so close! Don't lose the workers! Sheesh. That was a tad too close, I think. There's a little bit of a delay on the track, maybe the construction materials. But I'll have to alter the tram route, I think, to make sure to take care of that. Which means we'll just unload all the workers that are still within the tram as a transfer and load them back on, which will reset their travel time. Is there an early start subway? Need to redirect the low traffic from the tram lines. Yeah, I don't know about the early start tram. Wait, subway, I don't know. Metro. There is. Metro AB 25 to 1997. So yes. So you should pick up like, we're unloading 10%, so you'll pick up 71 workers again? Or 72, sure. That'll do. And we're still making rubles, so everything is fine. Debt crisis and death crisis averted. Down to 29 pages of loans. Only 265,000 now. 265 million. We're okay. Distribution office ready. Copy tasks and relocate the vehicles. Once all of these buildings are gone, we can remove this road in one go. But yeah, the waste removal here is a little bit unfortunate right now. I mean, I did a lot of unnecessary demolition with the pipes and everything. Well, it wasn't technically unnecessary, otherwise the area would have looked quite bad. What I need here is a speed limit of 40. Which it does have. The trams shouldn't be running faster than the road vehicles. Everything should be fine. The trams are not faster than the trucks. Mostly. Apparently this one can only go 33 kilometers right now. Oh, because it's nighttime and it wasn't illuminated, I guess. For part of it. Using the early start tower crane? No. I don't have any early start tower crane here. Alright, I'll deal with the fuel export. And then bitumen pipes can get hooked up after. Okay, we're back to where we were after the catastrophe of the Sovskoy dissidents that had us purge the whole city of all of its citizens. Completely planned and no catastrophe of any other kind happened other than some dissidents. We're back on track with our citizens as loyal as ever.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
And I think I'm going to put a cut in here and take a break. And then we'll stream something else later on if I feel like it. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. But yeah, next time the harbor will finish. I don't think there's... well, the outer edge of the harbor will finish. We still have to set up the oil power plant and figure out if we do want a chemical plant here. I don't think so. I like the chemical import by ship because it's so cheap from the west. And we need to use our money for some things. And yeah, I guess we can just live that way. Have our republic's import of chemicals and electronics be done by ship instead of like making them ourselves. Siberia doesn't need any high-end industry. Lack of room is a concern. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let me save again with low speed. And I'll see if I can raid you somewhere. Again, I will be back later, most likely. Lazy Moofle is playing some more Parcel Simulator. I don't know how many hours we played on that so far. 4 hours. Okay, we got Hearts of Iron 3 from Zadelier, we got Parcel Simulator from Lazy Moofle, we got Lego Brick Building from NetEye. And in the Workers and Resources category, I don't see any English tag. Goodbye, Hank. I'll raid you over to Lazy Moofle again for some Parcel Simulator, which we might also return to at some point. Some chill package checking game, like receiving packages, making sure they have the correct stamps and everything on them. And yeah. You should have seen it, maybe. I did stream it before. In any case, have a good Sunday, take care everyone, and maybe I'll see you next time.